What up? What up? Big shout out to the chat. Big shout out to the Shark Tank. Big shout out to all my people on the back street. Check it out. Y'all know what time it is. It's Hot Mic Friday. Yes, sir. Big shout out to my main man, longtime supporter, the one and only Mr. David Morse in the house. Well, what up, fam? Big shout out to my man. Like you said, what it do? Hit that like button. My man, Fat Palm Ray in the house. What up, fam? My man, Mr. Double M Desbo. Bite down and shake that like button. Let him know, fam. Big shout out to my main man, ODG Bulldog in the house. What up, fam? Big shout out to my mans and them. Hart and Finney's Kennels representing. What up, bam? Oh no. We have lost the mic. We done lost something here. Hold on. Where's my music go? Y'all bear with me 1 minute, bear with me 1 second, right here, bear with me. We have lost our main computer.
Kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off-brand champion Mayday, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all outliers. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Brat, the very first champion off-brand champion Mayday, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird.
Monsters in the house. Appreciate the love coming in, kicking the dough down with the 2-piece. Appreciate the love, Dickie.
So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all outliers. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off-brand champion Mayday, the dog of the year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all-out liars. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off-brand champion Mayday, the dog of the year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying.
Yeah, I want to try to show
Let's
big
talk
love
about
to
the
my
game
man
first,
H-Boy
not
Rich
the
stepping
dogs.
in the house tonight.
It's the challenge of
H-Boy,
the
you
wins,
know everybody got that
competitive
blue one,
addiction,
and we call this
the
the
thrill
Shark
of the
Tank.
win, and the rewards of
Don't
achievements.
take much to get that
Losing
blue,
only
fam.
gives you the drive to
do a
come
couple
back.
things, one of them things
I learned to watch the
done
winners,
that
my
already,
motivation was
showed
there,
up.
my dedication was evident,
Appreciate
now
you
I'm a
showing
winner.
up. All that
The
thing
problem
gotta
is
do
the cheating to win,
participate in the chat. I
manipulating the
like to
truth,
see how my people
and then it's the all-out
wanna work
liars.
these sharks, you know,
How
we
is
do
this
in that
sharing our
shark
achievements with
water.
liars, cheaters,
Some
and
people can't
bullshitters?
handle it, but
We have
all you
lost
gotta
the
do is
historical
participate
value of the
and just
dog
dive
game.
in there, man.
We
Let me
can't
see how you
decipher the
swim.
real from the
That
fake.
is share
The lost is the
any
cost.
sauce that you have on your
So I
mind.
salute
That's
these
why they
dogs
all
of going
got
hard
blue.
kennels for all
These
that you've
people
given me
on
in
their
the
mind,
game.
They don't have a
Let's
problem
talk
sharing
about
their
pit
knowledge.
bulls. The history, the
We
breeding,
all
the
tend
maintaining
to
and feeding,
agree to
and the
disagree.
controversies surrounding the
But
great hunts.
the main
Come interact
factor
with the
is
legends,
always
and
be
ask questions,
respectable
and
to
listen to
your
their stories
fellow
as we talk about kennels and
Shark
dogs of the
Tank
past and
members.
present.
Outside of that, bam, you can do any of
Hosted by
listen
one
to
of the
that
game's
much,
most respected
you will be
kennels,
getting that
with over
damn,
40 years in the hunt,
your
going
hardware.
hard kennels Twin
And
1 and
welcome
Twin 2,
again to the
dogs
show,
like
fam.
Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off-brand champion Mayday,
Yes,
the
sir.
dog of the year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The pro-
my man Joe Jesus in the house representing what up, bam! Yes, sir. Again, I want to thank everybody for showing up tonight for this Hot Mic Friday. To all my people on the back street, I see you. Y'all know what time it is. Roll them up. Roll them up. Get that brew. Sit back, relax. Don't forget to participate in that poll. Don't forget to hit that like button. Again, thanks everybody for showing up. Big shout out to everybody out there in the Shark Tank. Don't forget to hit them like buttons. Yes, sir. shout out to my brothers in the house. Spike brother Kennels in the house with a bam. Big shout out to my man, representing Arkansas, Louisiana Combine, my man, Mayhem. Kennels in the house. What up, fam? Mic check one, mic check one. Big mic check one. Hey, Windmill.
Nah, this is Viking.
What's up, man?
What's up?
Ain't nothing. I don't know how I got your number wrong, but yeah, appreciate you helping me out there, man.
No
you know.
problem. Looking out, man.
Hey, man, look here. Much love. Appreciate that, fam.
Peace and love. I'm gonna get back to work.
Okay. Hey, look here, fellas.
All right.
All right, man. Alexa, disconnect the call. Hey, man, look here. I want to appreciate that, Viking. But look, that time of the year. You know what I mean? I need everybody to tighten up. Y'all know this is that time where, you know, big Merry Christmas and all. Weather getting cold. Things kind of slow down. And for us, it's be kind of like hectic around here because, you know, you got all the grandbabies and kids scattered all over the place and everybody trying to come to town, trying to get out that cold. I got to prepare the house for a whole bunch of people to be and grandkids and everything. So, you know, that's a big plus for me. But it was like this time last year, you know, as December 6th, I was reborn again. I got a chance to come back and you know, and start, I guess it's a new life. You know, for those who don't know, I died twice. Good Lord brought me back. So I always look at this time of the year as something that reminds me, try to take the best out of everything, considering what the last year was like for me. But again, I wanted to first, if I had a way to just, you know, give a big present to all. I mean, I see a lot of these guys just out there in the Shark Tank, you know, been supporters from day one. A lot of my fellas out there doing the podcast things. These same people that's in the Shark Tank, how they support everybody. You know, in this last year, we done went over 500,000 views, something that we never thought could ever be possible. Just a great year, you know, when you just sit back and look at, you know, how it actually kind of started off for me and then coming in today. And I just want to just be the first to tell y'all, you know, I really appreciate everybody. And, you know, and we might talk shit on this dog fraternity shit, but you know what I mean? I'm going to always stand on this part of it. I mean, we talk dogs over here. And to see you guys represent and show up and show out, you know, can't help but tell y'all how much that is so well appreciated. And I just wanted to take the time out today to show you my appreciation, you know, as far as being able to try to give something back. You know what I'm saying? I mean, at least be able to just speak from the heart and just tell y'all just don't know how much, you know, that helps, you know, us do what we doing. Sometimes it's hard to do it because you got so much other stuff going on and you kind of get a chance to block all that out and come in here and then relieve the stress. And I say relieve the stress because, again, there's nothing like sitting back talking about these damn bulldogs. You know what I mean? If that's not a stress reliever, I don't know what is, because at least here we can just be who we are. You know, and I don't think we could do this without our viewers, the people who subscribed, because y'all give us the opportunity to sit here and then you give us back by just showing up. It keeps us coming. So I want to just say thank you and happy holidays to everybody. Now, I need everybody while you out there, my listeners and all my people on the back street. Shout out to y'all because, again, y'all hold just as much, you know, weight around here as the people out there in that Shark Tank, because I hear you. Not only do I hear you, I see you. So I will never let it, you know, go unnoticed. So y'all keep doing what y'all doing, and don't forget, you know, support the channel. Big shout out to all my other podcasts, Bulldoggers out there. Again, keep doing what you're doing, but you gotta love the fraternity. Don't have no love for the fraternity and the people in it, you know, I don't know what to say. Because, again, that's what I look at every time I sit down in here and I look down through the chats and go back and look at other people's shows and see some new faces, some old faces, but then they're all showing up to a dog podcast or just to be talking dogs. And you know what I mean? Just think, if we could just have one big building and everybody was together talking bulldogs, that would be one hell of an opportunity to really enjoy yourself. So, big shout out for y'all to do that. Don't forget to take that poll. That poll is not a wrong or right answer. You know, Mo gonna dive into it just a little bit, you know, more than I'm gonna speak on it. Because again, it's something that we, you know, he knows very well because in the very beginning, you know, he had to start somewhere. So as the years went on, you know, he's like a mad scientist in itself, him and my our kennel partner. So based on the other shows that we have, and we keep just leading up, you know, top it off going into the new year. So everybody has a kind of a good understanding, you know, of what we do and how we do it based on our experience. Uh, we don't ask everybody to agree with everything that we say, but just truly believe we're not going to talk about nothing no more than what we've done or what he already knows. And nobody's more, you know, into what we kept on our yard. And y'all, you know, for those who don't know, we had a big yard, a very big yard. But every chain space was valuable. And every dog on that chain space, they had a purpose. So we really played just like a real business. So thanks again. I'm going to turn this over to Mo. I got to go out here, keep things moving. All right, Mo. Appreciate y'all taking that time out with me, showing me the love. Here you go, bro. What's up, everybody? What's up? How y'all doing? Thank y'all for coming out on this Hot Mic Friday. Tonight, y'all, we're gonna make a nice. Well, you know how we start off saying we're gonna make it a nice, short, sweet day. We go over these little things and keep it moving. But then, you know, it always seems to go on and on and on and on because y'all don't know how to let shit go. Y'all just keep sending that good shit, and I'm gonna keep looking at it. We're gonna keep going. So we'll just say we're gonna try tonight. Okay. What I want is some opinions. You know, I need the chat room. You listeners, you know, you guys be on the back street taking these notes and stuff. I mean, I need y'all help. Because in determining, you know, we'll just take those three on that list, ELI, BOLIO, and REDBOY, and stuck them in 3 different categories and start filling them in. What we'll find is some of the greatest dogs in each one of those categories got a little bit of something from one of those other 2 in them. In some cases, all 3. And the good thing about it is it shows the potency in production, in percentages, that if I was raising dogs, I'd be paying a lot more attention to what I'm raising. You know, I don't want to be driving a old Chevette when I'm trying to play in a Corvette. You know what I'm saying? Some of these breedings and things like that, you know what I'm saying? They be reaching for places like, and then you wonder why you ain't getting nowhere, or you got more height and hope than fat, because you really don't know what you're doing falls in that category of greatness. You hope it looks like it on paper, but as a fact is not to be known unless you do what it takes to make it a fact. To see if you fall in that category of what makes these dogs so really relevant, because it plays a big part in a lot of things from back then. You can look at it and you can almost tell, and you ain't got to be no fortune teller, but you can just tell if they can continue this consistency for a couple years, you might end up being part of that history. You know, remember, I can only go but so far forward. I can hang out here in the back as much as I want. So I can't go but so much, distance into the forward. So the good thing about it is we can almost sit here in the present and look at some of these dogs and just know. Ain't got to say they fight, ain't got to point out nothing, but just look at their pedigrees and some of these dogs and say, hey, hypothetically, man, this could be a winner right here. You know what I'm saying? Because back then, we've already answered those questions. So we can use those as reference to, go back with what we see in right there at that doorstep, as far as we can go, and then go back and take a look at it and say, well, shit, it's been working from this all the way to here. So why wouldn't it work from here all the way to there? Because it was able to do it back there, all the way up to that point that we can go no further than where we can go. There's enough facts and proof, that if we would just take that information alone and hypothetically speaking, speak of the now, would this be able to maintain from here to there? That's what we're going to look into today. That's why I need y'all help. You know what I'm saying? There's dogs out there, and we can dive into some of these great pedigrees. There's just so many of them out there. But if you notice, we still speak on this one thing as a fact in the majority of the votes, and that would be that most great dogs that we look up and the champions that we pull up, they have a formula. They have a talent. They have a genetic attribute that can carry on. And they got staying power. So I would be thinking to pay more attention to those things right there when you're talking about, being a part of that future. By checking out what was going on in the past and prior to what we know at that point of we can't go no further. We can only take and gather information from back here to back there and calculate all that up. And this is what the past can tell us. And this past gives us an opportunity to tell us, is it able to do what it did for the future? Do we still have great red boy dogs out there? When we say we have red boy ELI out there, we've seen some yellow cross with ELI. But then keeping in mind, it's still red boy ELI. We're taking these two different lines and looking. And if you know some of the greatest dogs, I mean the great ones, you pay close enough attention, most of them has a little bit of all three. ELI, red boy, BOLIO. Some of the greatest ones. Now, when you talk about Frisco, you know, I have never seen, I haven't seen much of the Frisco dogs as far as Eli, but there's so much more. It's just you got to give, you know, Mr. Garden his props because he's been able to maintain a pedigree. I mean, up there at the top for many years. He's been able to get back out there and bring some of them great ones back into his business and continue producing great dogs that continues to carry his name as a brand. That's what makes him so great. That's what makes him so sought after. You know, a lot of the things that what separates him, like if you were to say, I'm going to take Tom, I'm going to take him right to the fence to where we can't go no further. And then we're going to go and we're going to grab the dogs back there, right there at that point in time, that fence right there. And we're going to bring them up to that fence. And guess what you're going to notice? Most of these dogs, even in Tom's case, were match dogs. Not just producing dogs. They were match dogs. I cannot tell you the last time that we heard Tom Gardner matching. A lot of those great dogs, he got back, brought back into his program to continue his legacy, because that's exactly what he's doing when he go out there and grab those great dogs, you know, those champions and few grand champions, and then put them into a Tom Gardner breeding program, you know. Got to admit, going to his yard like going to the grocery store. Not saying that everything worked out, but he definitely has been putting himself in a way that the percentages speaks for themselves as far as what we counted on back then and a legacy back then that has created a legacy that goes far into the now. Okay? And I think that's probably be a good start right there. Let's pull up some Tom Gardner dogs. And let's see if we can make that connection. Or let's see what really because that's the number one thing on the list right now in the poll is the Eli dog. We say Eli, you know, we still talking about art and that great litter of Jeep. I mean, we got to add all that into the equation. So it's hard to dispute when you got Jeep, Angus, you know what I'm saying? Art. They all had litter mates that were champions. You know what I'm saying? They're able to interconnect between those three dogs and make a line. We've seen Eli and Mayday. We see Eli and some of the great dogs coming down off of Yellow Buck, like Destroyer and all those dogs. They got a little bit of that in them. I mean, it's just a big pot of, to me, a genetic pool. Remember what I told you? I said I took the top 5. The top 3 during my time was Yellow, Buck, and Jeep. Jeep being number 1, Yellow being number 2, and then Buck being number 3 until he got knocked down when Mayday and them stepped in, and then he got knocked down a little further when Chinaman and Frisco stepped in. But if you were able to put those 5 dogs together, Awesome Baby, Honey Bunch, and there's more to that list, but you will notice that the genetics in themselves that put those dogs in that top 5 dogs, they could carry a genetic strain all by themselves. All by themselves. Jeep, yellow, buck, Frisco. Let's go break down some garden stuff. Let's take a closer look at the Frisco. We're going to start with them since Eli with dogs started off. Because we already know about Art and all them. We know about Art. You know, we don't talk enough about Chinaman. And today we don't talk enough about Spike. You know what I mean? Or Frisco. So I want to dive into them and really make that number one percentage y'all got. Let's break it down. Right there, here we go. Let's start off with Frisco tonight, guys. And I am open for any call-ins. Anybody want to add the 2 cents to it? But come on, we're going to take a good look at this. Now, we know the list changed. Like I said, it was Jeep, yellow, and buck, honey bunch, and awesome baby for many, many, many years. And then Chinaman came along. I mean, not really Chinaman, Frisco came along. Okay? Somewhere in there, don't you think we missed Carver? Don't you think Carver should have been on that list? I think Carver should have been on that list because we speak of Carver a lot, and there's a lot of Carver dogs. They kind of seem to, you know, play on along that rim that, you know, some Eli dogs aren't exactly Carver. Some Carver are not exactly Eli, but majority of these dogs was based in the same concept because they was taking these dogs like Carver's Pistol. You see Carver's Pistol right there, right? You see that Carver's Pistol. It produced sugar. Old trouble dog, right? Go take a look at this stuff right here. I'm starting at the top. I'm gonna work my way down, guys. So I just want to show y'all this. I am waiting. Okay, Clayton Sugar. Y'all see how sugar's bred? A lot of these dogs is the very dogs that created the Carver stuff. A lot of these dogs is the same stuff that created the Eli stuff. But I ask again, don't you think that Eli or Carver should have been on here? We got Eli, but like Black Widow, it's Carver dog. Pistol, Carver dog. But if you look at Pistol, what he got in him? Dibo and Boudreaux. Not quite yet Eli, but the makeup in itself leads to that. All this right here leads to all this right here. Go slow here. See what I'm saying? To the top half. Key player. Key piece. So we know all this is basically all that. And the reason I speak up on that right there, because you don't need a whole pedigree of this stuff. It's just like the right pedigree. Now you can take this right here, and we know this is this is a major source of greatness right here. We know that these dogs right here are history makers. We know that these dogs are instilled in stone in the history of the dog game. We know this. The computer's moving pretty slow today. I guess she'll pop up here in a minute. Just want to go digging into the E. Crenshaw stuff. For those that already don't know, just wanted to point some things out. You see that, right? Still playing in the same stuff. Kind of makes me think about old Powell, because as a Lightner, which were some damn good dogs, and then you see the Kobe down there. We know Kobe's dimes leads back to several great dogs. So when I was saying earlier how they bring that combination of all those particular lines together, you know, we can find REDBOY in here. We can find ELI in here. We can damn near find BOLIO in here. You know what I mean? Let me go back. And that's Frisco. You know what I mean? Another one that I thought could have been on the list, because I did say Carver, right? See what I'm saying? Carver, Cross, and the Boudreaux. Same old concept down here at the bottom. We see all over these pedigrees. Now, the point that I'm making by studying where I'm pointing at, we're looking at outcomes here, guys. These are outcomes. You know, we're just not formulating a pedigree to look at. We're formulating a pedigree that's already been worked. And it has everything to do with the lead on the pole. And we're just at Molly. And I say again, it's hard to get away from the littermate, the boomerang, especially when boomerang plays such another major factor in here, as well as the littermate sister Ars Missy. Like we missed the corridor. Look at all that stuff. So if there was a dog that I would want to add to this puzzle, it would be the corridors, but pay attention again. We're still dealing with the same concept of the ELI dogs. Same old concept. Knowing this stuff right here is going to go back to this stuff right here. And when you go down here and look at this stuff right here, it leads back to the back of this stuff right here. We go down here and look at this stuff right here, we can still say that stuff would take us back to the BOLIO. Am I correct, gentlemen? Ladies and gents? This is the concept. And if you're paying attention, remember I said, look closer. Just don't look at the pedigree. Look at the results. Look at the genetic makeup. Look at the stuff that came off of this shit and the way they were breeding. And it kind of make you think they was breeding to the papers, but it's hard to believe that they were breeding to the papers when you're getting such goddamn great results. There's no way you can just breed the papers and get these type of results. It takes more to it than just the papers. If it was just that simple, we all be Earl Tudor and Maurice Carver. But you see where it leads to. We got Dabo, and we got a taste of that Fitzwater Goldie, what takes us back to the Patrick. Y'all seeing that, right? And then we do the same thing. We do the same thing, remember? Snooty, he's a registered merit. Same old production line as those great dogs. This one right here is tough. Now, if I was building a line of gameness, as you can see, what do y'all see down there? Same stuff that we seen on top, right? If you notice, this shit is game, which we know. Same stuff that created the great dogs like Mayday, Yellow Bug. I mean, this is all this dog is, this blood here, BOLIO is all up in that blood. And when we say Frisco, remember I said that some of these one or the other, there's always one of those three you will find in that top 5. These are genetics, and we're talking in gene, the gene pool. Chinaman, another factor. Why Chinaman is such a major factor into this? Not only was he a match dog, he was a producer. Major part of these dogs. Look at the breeding. Look where we just come from. Look what we just took a peek at. And all the makeup. Like I said, the only thing that we should have been on the list, we should have had all 4 of them on there. Because we would have had to add the Carver stuff. But if you notice, in all these breedings, upper greatness, remember he's one of those top, on the top of that list. Genetic-wise, he's sitting right up there with Jeep. Then we go pull Jeep. Guess what we're going to find in Jeep? We pull Buck. Guess where we're going to find them bucks? We go back a little further in all this stuff, we'll find some Kobe. Shit, we'll find a REDBOY. Right? That combination, that is, if you're going to breed good matched dogs, if you don't figure this part out, then you're breeding in the blind. Because you want to breed along the lines that's going to give you the consistency. And what better way to start with the consistency if you notice in the top five greatest producing dogs in the history. Frisco's one of them. That combination. Now we can do the same thing. We're going to start this thing off right. We're going to start off with the ELI. Look where we led to. Yeah, we got the ELI. We sure do. But every one of these great dogs, y'all, that's on that top list, got something other two dogs in them. That's one of those top dogs right here. Right? Now, if you guys are really catching on and really seeing that part right there when you're making your breedings, and we're talking about trying to make a consistent line of dogs and to say it's on you now, it's on you. If you don't understand what I'm saying now, if you don't see in the formula what I'm saying now, and we're just doing Frisco. We still got to go through yellow. We still got to go do buck. We still got to go do Jeep. We still got to go do honey bunch, which we already know all this is coming from this. This kind of stuff right here. We're going to get that in there. When we go grab buck, we're going to get some of this in there. All producing power. So if I'm going to find me a line of dogs that I can be consistent on, I'm going to play around something that I know for a fact has a producing frenzy of producing great dogs. We know Eli. When we say Eli, look what we can add to all that. Great dogs like Eli. Look at the dogs he produced. And we're talking about the brother to Bully Son. Bully Son, the father to Honey Bunch. All-time most producing bitch in the world. At least in my time. And why was she able to stay there so long? Eli produces like his brother. Y'all catching that? Now, if you're breeding dogs and you can see the formula in what they're doing and in the consistency of what they're getting, this is how you should be able to do the exact same thing as these guys. If you can look in there, take the names out and concentrate on what they were doing with the dogs. There is a consistency in what they're doing. This is for you guys that like to breed. These guys is trying to make that kind of connection. There's a pattern. There's a formula. If you figure the formula and you can see the formula, understanding if you're going to use a template, the template would be those top 5 great dogs. Those top five great dogs. That was Frisco. He's one of those top 5. Okay. I'm going to go pull up my next one. You know, because we did start off with Eli being the highest on the poll. So I'm playing around with the top 5. Right? Nobody's taking them off the top yet. But remember what I said. We can say Eli. Definitely say Eli, right? But we'll take a little bit. Every one of these great crosses. We find a little bit of that right there. Which we know that there's a connection there to the Red Boy stuff. You see the way they're taking it? This takes off into a whole nother direction here. It can go toward the Red Boy. You see that? More dime, more dime. And why are we picking these dogs right here? Because Jeep is the #1 most producing dog of all time. You see him? There's Jeep. And what do we still see in Jeep? We still see a formula that gives us why he was a great producer. We see all the familiar stuff. It's almost obvious we're going to see it because we just left the Eli stuff, which Jeep is some Eli stuff. And by the way, he got a little of that Red Boy stuff that was created with this stuff. So it's not surprising that when you take and you produce Tab by breeding Tab, go find him, son of Jeep. Remember I said all these great dogs got something of one of those 2 dogs that's on that pole. There's Rocky. I mean, just a bunch of great dogs on here. Smiley. Turtle. There go Bliss. There go Tab. Very great producer. We know the Eli stuff on the top. But let's go take a look at this bottom. Eli dogs. But what do we see? There go Jeff. There goes some low posse stuff. And again, one of those things, who's on the list? REDBOY. But who we talking about? G. They all got a touch of this in them. This is why Tab worked so well. Because this here, this right here, makes this damn near a line breed. Okay. Just want to go back right quick. And show you again before I get away from it. Number 2 on the list. I mean, number 1 on the list. Still talking about Eli, but we got that. We definitely got an understanding of why Jeep worked and why when you bred Jeep into the tabs, to this Kobe stuff, the REDBOY stuff, it even produced just as great. That genetic asset to producing match dogs. Not just match dogs, a variety of great match dogs. I see Elon Monster said, get the gameness of the REDBOY and bring in the heat of the Eli. Well, if I was to go back again and go back through here and talk about some of this Eli, it would take me back to Chinaman. Let's go back to Chinaman so we can address that right quick. Eli Monster. And then we're gonna go get Frisco. There's Chinaman. He was game. He was a game dog. Can't say he didn't produce a bunch of great game dogs. We're talking about Frisco. It wasn't just, I wouldn't say it was just all about the REDBOY adding the gameness. I think it was a combination of the way these dogs are bred, because these are game dogs. They don't need REDBOY to help them. They really didn't. If anything, it made greater dogs when they started interjecting in that list of great dogs. In that list of great dogs, you're going to find there's a combination there. Why these dogs produce such extraordinary, great lines of dogs. Like putting a puzzle together, but it'll take you longer if you haven't figured out the puzzle. But those who have figured it out can put the pieces together quick. compared to those that can't really get the understanding and the importance of how these dogs came to be and the result that came out of them. Is this wasn't on a fly-by-nighter like we also used to breeding. Well, I mean, true breeders know better, but a lot of you young guys, your breeding programs are on track, but can you say not that track? And I say again, we're going to go to BOLIO now. So we did G in the ELI line, and we did Frisco. Each one of them dogs had one of those other two dogs that's on that pole in their pedigree. If not the exact dog themselves, the genetic makeup. The genetic makeup, not the dog, but the genetic makeup is what we're breeding out of these dogs. Y'all see what I'm saying? And we still seeing the same old shit, ain't we? Look, that's BOLIO, knowing that he's going to take us to buck. And all the great dogs that came forward after that. You can almost say that he's not just a carver dog. Because we see a lot of these dogs and all the other dogs when we're talking about G, Frisco. But we know this dog here, we can add buck. And the great dogs that came by way of buck. We can still talk about yellow. We ain't got to him yet, but we will. But if we was to keep going and be on the buck, there's so many different ways of the buck. Go take a look. And I hope y'all noticing in these pedigrees, we're still getting great bred dogs that got formula. We're still looking at good, great bred dogs that got formula. Damn near the same damn thing we just left, ain't it? Almost the same thing we just left. Again, is he not one of the top 5 dogs? So far we got G, Briscoe, and Buck. We already picked it to Yellow Boy, the Red Boy, but take a good look at Buck. Same shit. Where so many other people look at it like these are 2 different bloodlines. But genetically speaking, if we were to do a family DNA, all these dogs were related. At least those top 5 great ones were. And they all have one thing in common. They're up there at that top 5 because they have a legacy and a consistency that was able to carry forward the game. That's what you're looking for. That's how you breed. When we talking about Buck, and look at all the dogs that he got. Buck is all win. Miss Leakey all win. Yellow Buck, POR. Turvington. Grand Champion Buster Brown. Grand Champion Book Bigfoot. All these great dogs. And they have a connection to Jeep, Frisco, right? Jeep, Frisco, and Buck. We got a Honey Bunch. Don't forget Honey Bunch. We can't forget Awesome Baby, because Awesome Baby was bred to Buck. That's why she made that list. Sitting up there all these years under Honey Bunch. I just want y'all to pick up and see. It's like a puzzle. And if you can see it, you can see the connection. What was the most prevalent thing that they all had in common? All these dogs were line bred. Every one of these dogs on that top 5 are related. There's not a 50 shit in none of them. Not a one. When you look at the genetic makeup that created those dogs, wouldn't you call that a consistency of a line of dogs in the way they bred these dogs, in the way these dogs branched off the main nucleus? I can take an ELI dog and breed it to a BOLIO dog and get shit. I can take an ELI dog and breed it to some REDBOY and get shit, because somewhere in there, guess what? They're related. That's why they noticed that even after these dogs, and these dogs, puppies, grew up becoming great dogs, which made them even greater. But they all still, those special ones, you see these lists that these dogs created. One thing they created a lot of match dogs that were able to win. That was number 1. Number 2, they had a high number of production. That means they had a producing gene that seemed to work in different ways, in different levels, but same results. So far, we covered number 1, Jeep. We haven't got the yellow, but we got the Jeep, Honey Bunch, ELI. Now we got the BOLIO. Looking at them, all those pedigrees, they all look the same. So I might be an ELI man, but I can't deny that I have to look at the formula when it comes to Buck and the chemistry that created Frisco. There's common factors in there, people. We act like they're different bloodlines. In some cases they are, but they're still line-bred bloodlines. And what characteristics did they all carry? They could produce in heavy volumes and numbers, strong foundation, very strong foundation. All right, y'all. Okay. So now we still got yellow, which would bring us to honey bunch. I mean, not honey bunch, but awesome baby. We covered buck. Now we're gonna go cover awesome baby because she's on that list. Been on that list until the journal shut down. That part of the registered merit list has always been the same. Number 2 on the list coming up. Okay, hold on. Got caught looking. Number 2 bitch on the RM list. Okay. Looks familiar until we start doing this. Okay, here, it's a little slow, guys. It'll be catching up here in a minute. James Jones, you got a good point, James Jones. But I mean, if you take Mayday out the equation, what did G produce? That was better than Grand Champion Rodney, or a daughter that was better than Choice and Dragon Lady. Well, one thing for dang sure, if we look at yellow, we're going to find Jeff over there in Frisco, G, Honey Bunch. You notice that? Remember? We're going to find these over there for sure. And this stuff is what created him. And without him, you ain't going to have him. Without him, you ain't going to have yellow. It's still a common factor that puts yellow in the relationship of Honey Bunch, G, Frisco. There's a combination. Let's take it there. Red Boy's on that list. And I say again, Red Boy's on the list. He's not the top 5, but the point I was making was you're going to see that there's a connection amongst all those dogs that's on that top 5 registered male list. Even if we added Mayday, you can throw Mayday right on up in there with everybody else, and we can say, well, Mayday has the same connection as Chinaman, G, Honey Bunch, Awesome Baby. They all were able to produce. And they were all related in such a way that we would have to give them the line. They were line-bred dogs. When we say yellow, we gotta say awesome baby. Why? Because awesome baby was off the yellow. I want to point this out to you guys so we can get off the Jocko thing. Because we done already made a connection of the top greatest dogs. And we can go down here and we can go mess with Jocko. Not taking nothing away from Jocko because he was a nice ass producer. We're not going to take nothing away from him. But if we look a little closer, we see some familiarities there. Remember, Jocko, he might have helped, but Jocko did not carry the trait that was in any relationship of those top 5 dogs that we're talking about. He has it because there, I'm just taking y'all there. See what I'm talking about. See it? And if you see that up here, way back here, we're doing nothing but repeat. What do you see there? So when we look at this right here and we add that to yellow, that's like saying that this is the same stuff that we was doing up here with Frisco, Buck, G, and Honey Bunch. Am I correct? Was he a major player? Yeah, he was a major player when you added it because if you notice, let me go back up this again. This in itself keeps you thinking. Especially when you're going to have it here, down here. You see it? I'm trying to bring that up. It's a point to be to understand and know that when you come to making and breeding, if you don't see it, then you'll miss it. He played a big part in the yellow because without Jocko, it could never be a yellow. But the major factor in this was REDBOY. And he had a lot to add to the pot because he got the fish water all over the stuff. These are lines that you know when you put them together, they work. That's why it worked so well with yellow. It did. It accommodated yellow. When we go to REDBOY, and we see all that. I'll say it once it gets up. When we see all this right here in REDBOY, we're seeing these very same dogs. In Frisco, G, Honey Bunch,
Awesome Baby, Buck. And then Yellow. Seen this, we seen this, we seen this. If you're gonna breed and breed game dogs and good dogs, it's not just throwing papers together. It cannot be just throwing papers together, because there is no way you can throw papers together and get that type of creation without understanding that you're doing something and you know exactly what you're doing. They knew exactly what they were doing. And it just so happened we was on Awesome Baby, the number 2 bitch, under Honey Bunch. And we can honestly say that she's in relation with Honey Bunch, Buck, Frisco, and G. Red Boy G Zebo for me. Also a homer. Dog was a monster. Yeah. Even though Homer's not on the list, and where I'm at, I'm at on what I'm on is the actual cream of the pie. What did these great dogs to sit on the top of that list? How they get there? By making history. What do they all have in common? They were all lined in relationship as far as connecting the dots. Similarities. When they throw them good. When they throw them with consistency. When they throw them with the possibilities, a high percentage of producing a lot of dogs as themselves. Y'all see that? I know I'm going to have to go there sooner or later, y'all. You know I'm going to have to go there sooner or later. It's almost impossible not to put him up there when he belongs there, because he is one of them top 5. And why is he one of them top 5? We've seen this shit already. We know there's a relationship between all this and all this, because we're going to see some of these dogs in Frisco, Chinaman, because Frisco's definitely ain't going to be in this. We're going to find our Red Boy in this. We're going to find our BOLIO in this. We're going to find our ELI in this. And in relation to that, Mayday falls right in there with all those great producers, because one thing Mayday had a group of all those great producing high percentage dogs that sits on top of that ROM. Damn near showing you that his lineup was damn near just like those other 5. Just like them. Mayday was able to produce a lot of great dogs, like G. Some would say that he produced better dogs than G. But one thing they all had in their line that was genetically in common, they were all related in some sort of way. Like I said, 3 dogs is on the pole. Tonight, these dogs, all 3 of those dogs in their breedings, all those top 5, even 6, which you're going to throw Mayday in the equation, because he's on there. And it just so happened his daddy was yellow, proving another fact in the strength of REDBOY. Proving another fact in the strength of Finley's bow when it comes to Jeep. All of them had a common denominator. And not just because of the dogs in it, but the producing power behind those dogs. Why did Mayday produce so great? Because everybody behind him, you will find in all them other great dogs that produce so great. You see that? So when I be looking at pedigrees, I mean, honestly, outside of the fact that I've been, we go into the mentality. Remember, we didn't went over that. We didn't went over to them understanding that they was just wasn't throwing shit together. They were literally producing dogs that show a certain type of caliber, even when it comes to reproducing greatness. Now, if I'm going to be breeding, I want to learn and know exactly what Twin talking about, because he is pointing out some good facts. Am I right? It's about the facts. The grand champion Playboy would have eaten Mayday. Well, I always say that coulda, shoulda thing, I don't even think Playboy fought the caliber of dogs that Mayday fought to even give him that kind of room. Because when we say Mayday, we don't have to talk about Mayday and his production line. We can talk about Mayday and his production, his career as a fighting dog. And by the way, we can add his brother and his sister. See, Plowboy, he might have wished he could have beat Mayday, but he could never beat a dog of Mayday, even if we took all the damn production out of the equation. Playboy does not sit on that caliber of dog. Not to me. Not to me. I mean, even in his own time, he doesn't fit in that caliber. Not taking nothing away from him, but put him on a pedestal with that type of high standard is only a hypothetical thing. We keep that in the box. And when we take it out the box, he's out the picture because he didn't produce shit. So he might have been a great dog, but he still, when it comes to production, you got to take him out that equation. You can't match him up to nothing, not even hypothetically, because it's a hypothetical thought compared to a known fact. It doesn't stand and hold no water. You got a glass of water with a big ass leak in it, you can't hold water. So I might not taking nothing away from Playboy. You probably could have if they had ever matched, but we'd have found out. But let's take him and put him on the dogs that Mayday beat, and let's see if he can get past those great dogs. If he can get past those great dogs, hypothetically speaking, we could match him up. But if we were to take Mayday and put him in the caliber of dogs that Playboy beat, you make you wonder, why would you think that? Because Playboy didn't really beat shit. He beat good dogs. He didn't beat great dogs. I like Playboy. Yeah, he was a monster. There was plenty of monsters out there. I mean, there was monsters out there coming off of these dogs. There's monsters coming off of Mayday. There's a whole lot of dogs that, you know, people might think that they could have beat Barracuda, but Barracuda never got beat. There's a whole lot of dogs that claim they could have beat like Lionhead and Satan. You know, Satan would have smashed Lionhead. You know, we can say that, but it never happened. But we was to go on simple facts like, based on the way Mayday produced that great shit, you know what I mean? It'd be hard to say. It would be hard to say. That's like I could say, if I take Satan and his production record and put it to Lionhead, I'm betting on Satan, because Satan had the ability to produce great dogs that came out of a line to produce. We don't hear shit out of Lionhead, let alone anything that could stand on a line of dogs of Lionhead. See, that's what I look at. I look at the whole piece. And I don't use that hypothetical thought, because that hypothetical thought will have me sitting up there getting rid of a whole bunch of dogs that I wasted time with. When I need more solid thoughts. I need more factual thoughts. I need more factual notes. So when I make my comparison, I don't have a hypothetical thought in there nowhere. It cannot be one. It cannot be an assumption or a presumption. It has to be a fact. You know what I mean? Because it's a fact that these dogs had something in common. And in that commonality, they had producing power, winning power, and definitely had the ability to transfer genetics. I mean, you can make better dogs with those dogs. And it's not easy to say. It's not easy to do. And a lot of us, like even myself, already had a playbook to follow, because I understood and I learned the secret treasure trove of what the map was really trying to show me. And once I figured out what the map was trying to show me, it wasn't hard for me to follow the map, because that's what they were doing. All these dogs we talking about here, that's what they was doing. There's no way you're going to tell me they wasn't doing it. There's no way you're going to tell me it was all a coincidence. No way it was a coincidence. The Chinaman, Jeep, Honey Bunch, Yellow, Buck, all related. Awesome baby. All related. All of them are all related in some form. And then what's the commonality? You know it, producing and winning. When you can find that catch right there, jump on the bus and hold on. Hold on. If you're on the bus and you pick it up and you find it, like we found Mayday and we got a chance to breed the Mayday with the mindset thinking, oh, it's off of Yellow. Hey, we got a good chance. And then to turn around and see that this the opposite out of Stone City, taking the opposite of Southern Kennels and got it the other way around instead of the exact same thing as Mayday. They better be glad that Yellow Buck got hit by a truck, because he would have been just as great as Mayday. I believe that. You got Two Sons 2003 Dog of the Year. No different than the shit that you seen Mayday produce. No different than to see the shit when they put the shit together. They was all in some type of connection anyway. That's why it works. So if I'm taking something that I got on my yard that I like, if I can reproduce it with those kind of numbers, can I ever produce a Chinaman? Maybe not never produce a Chinaman, but can I play like Chinaman? Can I play like Frisco? Can I come close?
Randy Fry would like to talk to Michael Bayless.
Hey, Mike. Alexa, answer that call.
It's Randy Fry for Michael Bayless.
Big bro.
Alexa, answer the call.
What's up, big bro?
What's going on, Cam?
Hey, man. You must have been listening. What you got to help me with? I know it's something. Because you done picked up the phone and called.
I had to call in. I've been listening. I had to call in and comment on them breeds that you're talking about.
Please do.
ELI and honey bun.
Yes, sir. Everybody, this is Mama. Hey, welcome to the show, big bro. Go ahead, bro. You got the flow.
I'm on live.
Yes, sir.
Well, I was going to comment that first you were talking about honey bunch. Honey bunch is not off of bully stuff.
Tell him.
Now, that's been written about a lot in the journal back in the 80s and the 90s. Everybody knows she's not off of bully stuff. She's not an ELI dog. Her bottom half is right, but that top half is not right. Okay?
Okay.
Did you know that? You'd never heard that before?
I heard it, but, it was part of one of those, you go with what you got. But who was the?
I heard a lot of different stories. The people that know better than me, I've heard them say that she was really from the Crenshaw Reno type stuff. Oh, Ed Crenshaw, not James Crenshaw, but Ed Crenshaw.
Right, that champion Reno dog.
The bullet type stuff, cotton bullet, and then bred similar to the way her bottom half is, which is you look at that bottom half, that's Carver's Black Spike and Black Widow, Dibo Black Widow, which basically is Dibo. But the other question I had, the other thing I want to comment on, I ain't gonna be on long, hold you up.
Go ahead, bro. You got the flow.
Talking about Eli.
Okay.
Now you know Eli is not bred like what it's stated. You never heard that?
I heard that before. But again.
It was written about. It was written about. I'll tell you about it briefly.
Please.
Mayfield wrote an article about it in the journal. It was written about in the journal. So I'm not like saying something as my opinion. This is written about. A lot of people saw it. So it was, I think it was written in maybe the 90s, maybe late 80s or the 90s. And Mayfield said that he and Boudreaux were friends. And when they were young men, Mayfield, there was a bitch named, I don't know if you ever heard of a bitch named Crybaby.
Yeah.
There was a bitch named Tudor's Crybaby. And she was I think a 2 or 3 time winner, a black bitch, and they didn't have very many black dogs back then. She was a black bitch. Mayfield bred the bitch. Mayfield had the bitch. Tudor bred the bitch. But Mayfield, at this point, had ended up with the bitch. He bred the bitch. He said that he could not walk the litter, so he called his friend Boudreaux, see if he would walk the litter. He said, Boudreaux said, yeah, he would walk the litter. He said, then he'd come down and pick her and some of the pups up in a few months when he was coming down there in Louisiana. So he said he called about the time the pups were due to be born. Now, what I'm saying, all this is written of in the journal. He said he called about the time the pups would be born, and Boudreaux said that the pups had all died. So he said he didn't think nothing of it because they were friends. So he said a couple months later, a month or two later, he come down for some shows and to pick up the bitch, Crybaby. He said as soon as he saw her, she could tell that pups had been sucking on her, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so he didn't say nothing about it. He said 2 years later, he said Boudreaux came out with this real badass black dog, a real bad black dog. And he could bite hard, he was tough and rough, he was pretty bad. Most of his dogs have been buckskin and white and different off-white color. Well, he had a badass black dog, and as soon as they saw the dog go, and he won that night, everybody came up to him and said, hey, I thought you said all the puppies off of Crybaby died. He said, well, that's what I was told, but he said, you see that? He said, because Eli looked exactly like Crybaby, right?
Yeah.
So that was written of, now this was written of in the journal. Very next issue of the journal, Boudreaux wrote an article that said, no, Mayfield is wrong. He's confused now. He's gotten older. He don't know what he's talking about. That's not true. And this is what Boudreaux said. He said, if that breed ain't correct, he said, I'm Martin Luther King's brother. That's what he said, right? So the issue after that, you know who Sonny Sykes is?
Yeah.
That was Joe Corvino's boy, Mr. Sykes. I think he's passed on. He was around in the 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s. Mr. Sykes wrote an article in the very next issue. He said, I just want to write this article and say hello. You're addressing Mr. Boudreaux, say hello to Martin Luther King's brother. He said, because Floyd, you're lying. He said, I was down there and I seen the puppies on Crybaby, and you offered me one of them. And that's the litter that Eli comes from. So when you see that pedigree, and I'm saying this to you because you have a forum here where you're talking about breeding. It's important to understand that. That's not how Eli was bred on the top half. Okay?
Okay.
And the top half, Mayfield said his daddy was a dog that he had called Little Cotton. I think he was a winner. Little Cotton was off of Langham's Cotton, Dolan's Lady. Cotton was off of Heinzel's Robin and Heinzel's Polly. Dolan's Lady was off of Samsonetti's Yankee 2 and Corvino's Brown.
Big bro, hold on.
The bottom half.
Big bro, let me try to pull that up, what you're saying, so I can put it up there. What will I go to? So I just want to put it up on the screen. Because you running off pedigree, I can just put it up. I want to put it up there so we can follow along. Okay.
Okay. Crybaby. I don't know if you.
Yeah, I got Crybaby. Yeah, I do got Crybaby. She was off of Darbo and Tudor Diane.
Diane, yeah. Okay. Now, Little Cotton was off of Langham's Cotton and Dolan's Lady.
It says Little Cotton?
Yeah.
Okay, hold on, big bro. I'm trying to see if I can pull her up. Mayfield's Little Cotton. Right?
Okay.
That the one?
Yeah, I can't see it. I can't see it.
Okay, hold on. I'll
what
tell
does it
you.
say it's off of?
Hold on, I'll tell you just a second here. Langham's Cotton and Dolan's Lady. Off of Heinz on Polly.
That's Eli's pedigree.
Okay, this is Eli's pedigree, y'all. Big
That's
brother.
Eli's pedigree, according to Mayfield, and according to Sonny Sykes, because he backed up Mayfield. This ain't me saying this. Well, this is me saying this, but I can't let that go when we're talking about breeding. I can't let that slide. Let people, these younger guys, not know the real deal. That's what it is. So Mayfield actually bred Eli. Mayfield bred Eli. Okay. Mm-hmm.
But he is bred so close to. I mean, even in this breeding here, big bro, the Darbo stuff is pretty strong in here.
Of course, yes, yes, it is. It's a Darbo, still a Darbo, strong bred Darbo dog.
Yes, sir.
Strong bred Darbo dog. But it's important when you're talking about breeding to understand.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? You got to talk about pedigrees, but you got to talk about the controversies that are out there as well.
Right.
Because a lot of guys lie, just like they lie today. So it's important for people to understand the truth. You know? And the same thing with Honey Bunch. You know, everybody knows she wasn't off of Bully Son.
Right.
She was not off of Bully Son. So, you know what I mean? I understand that when you're talking about it, you have to say something. You know,
right.
If you're going to go over her pedigree, but we have to talk about the controversy as well. And the controversy, a lot of guys say, people that know more than me about it would say she's off of old Ed Crenshaw.
Now that was that Champion Reno, right? Crenshaw, E. Crenshaw's Champion Reno, right?
Well, I don't know if she was right off of him, but the Crenshaw family, that Ed Crenshaw family of dogs.
Right.
Which his dogs were like the Lightner Bullet dog.
Yeah. I'm going to pull that up right quick because we was just going over that. Whose pedigree was that was in? And yeah, it was. I was looking at that.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. I was listening.
Okay, yeah. Hold on, I got it right here. Yep. E. Crenshaw's Reno was off of E. Crenshaw's Sad Sack, and E. Crenshaw's Polly. I see some off of Cotton's Bullet. Sad Sack was off of Cotton Bullet. Pete Sparks, Haley Comment. Ed Crenshaw's Red Boy, who was Kobe Dime, and Lucy, who was off of Rusty, who was another Kobe dime dog.
See, that's why it clicks so well. That's why Honey Bunch clicks so good. You don't know such a good dog, such a great producer. She really was basically a bullet dog. I'm sorry, a Daibo, a Tudor bred dog. That's what she was. She's a Tudor bred.
So when they bred Bully Son, they was down there making the top half would have worked out fine. I mean, because the Bully Son was the way you said he was bred, right?
You mean you talking about Eli?
Yeah, Eli. You're right.
Daddy, I guess.
Right. Yeah. Eli. Now, if Honey Bunch was off of Reno, and yet the bottom was right, that's a tight line. Yeah.
Yeah. It's a hell of a breed. That's why she was such a great bitch and a great producer. But like I said, what I just said about Eli, it was written up in the journal. It was written up in the journal. And then Sonny Sykes backed it up. He said he seen a little off of that bitch cry baby. He said Voodoo offered him a puff off of it.
Wow.
So that's the truth of that breed, you know?
And so
it's important to understand that about Daibo. You know what I'm saying? Daibo is the one. Daibo is the dog. He's the one that's back there. You can say Eli, Bully Son, and all that, but it's Daibo is the one where all that goodness is coming from.
So when you
take from what Tudor did.
So when you take Finley's bow and breed the Honey Bunch, it's more closer to a line breed than the Bully Son breed.
Right.
Because
that's why it clicks so well. That's why it clicks so well. And I want to mention something else too, real quick, and not to get off the subject, because it still is kind of on the subject. I was listening, I don't know if it was the last few shows you mentioned, you was talking about Tudor's Daibo breed.
Right.
And
I always wondered,
did you know that he was raised and named by a black man?
Yeah, that's what I was asking. You know, I spoke on that. I said that Tudor got Daibo from a black guy.
I didn't hear that.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't get the dog from the black guy. They stole the dog
they took
from the
him.
Black guy.
Yeah, basically took him. That's what I heard.
Yeah, Heinzel took the dog, gave it to Tudor, and then Tudor brought it back to Oklahoma, and they called him Tudor's Runt. Some pedigrees, if you ever see Tudor's Runt, that's Daibo. But then they straightened it out with the black guy, and then they started calling him Daibo again. So I wanted to mention, I didn't hear that part. You did say that. I didn't hear that. I didn't hear you mention that part, but it was a black man that raised and named Daibo, and he used to run loose on the street. But anyway, he was the foundation for all this. So when you're talking about Eli and you're talking about Honey Bunch and all that, it's Daibo. It's Daibo stuff. He's the reason. It ain't them, it's him that's the pre-potent producer.
But what about Texas Pete though? Is that really Daibo's brother?
Arizona Pete.
Yeah, Arizona Pete, yeah.
Yeah.
So they had it, me and Mike was talking about that. We was wondering, how did the black dude end up with Arizona Pete, Little May brother?
Daibo, you mean?
Yeah, Daibo.
Because the black man, from my understanding, worked in a restaurant. And he was like a maitre d' or something in a restaurant. And he used to get scraps, real good scraps for the dogs. He was giving them scraps for their dogs, to some of them dog men around there. And that's how he ended up, they gave him Daibo as a pup, because he was giving them scraps, some real good meat scraps for the dogs. That's how he ended up with Daibo.
Just like Kobe when he was talking about that red nose shit, you know what I mean? Oh, I didn't know, I ain't got nothing to do with that whole family, but then the pedigrees say different. But then we also heard the story about the dogs that he went over there and took from those black guys over there. That just seemed
Who's that? I didn't hear who you said.
Kobe.
Okay.
Yeah, there was some black guys that had a line of dogs that Kobe went over there and got the dogs when I guess the old man got sick, but he took a line of these dogs that was good dogs and brought them home.
Oh, I hadn't heard that.
Mm-hmm. And we were saying, is that the same thing that, you know, did Kobe do the same thing because he tried to deny the red-nosed dogs. When those red-nosed dogs those brothers had was red nose. A lot of red-nosed dogs in there.
Well, Lightner and them, when they got them bred so pure, when Lightner and them bred them so pure, they started coming red-nosed.
Right.
They didn't like the red-nosed dogs because they were red-nosed, and then they were a little bigger than some of the other dogs that weren't red-nosed. So they started getting rid of the red-nosed dogs, so they didn't like them. So some of the dogs ended up with different people, but ended up with Hempfield.
Right. And Wallace and a couple more other guys that went out. They actually started riding around the country trying to find them. Yeah.
McCoy, there's a guy named McCoy.
Yeah.
Dan McCoy. And there was a couple guys who went around and they gathered up all the all the red-nosed dogs they could find. They were scattered. They went all over the country, gathering up them like the red-nosed dogs. And I believe one of the persons was Hempfield.
Yeah.
See, that's what REDBOY is. REDBOY is actually a light red-nosed dog. That's what REDBOY is. And I got that from Norrod, the late great Mike Norrod.
Damn, Mike
said that, and he wrote an article about it too. And he wrote an article about it in the journal, and it made sense. And you know, he bred the red-nosed dogs. He had the Hempfield. Besides his Red Devil line, he also had the Hempfield dogs as well. Old Family Reds. He bred that and his Red Devil dogs. So he's more of authority on that than I am as far as REDBOY breeding. But he wrote an article about it in the journal. Probably be pulled up.
Yeah, I had that article too.
I still got it here somewhere. I just don't got so many magazines. I don't know where it's at though, but I still got it.
Well, one day I'm gonna have to come home and sit down in your magazine collection and dig in.
No, we did a show on that with that article. Because McCoy stated, and it did state McCoy is the one who coined that Old Family Red Nose term.
Yeah. McCoy and Hempfield. I forget who the other one or two guys was. They gathered up, because they just got rid of them. They wasn't thought very well of because they were bigger.
Right.
They went around and gathered them all up, all over the country, gathered the red dogs up. They coined that term, Old Family Reds, started breeding.
Right.
They were great game dogs. Great game dogs.
Right. They were talking about they asked Lightner about the red nose when Searchy Jeff went in the imp dog. They asked Lightner, hey, who you think gonna be who you think is gonna be the best? And he told him that, you better look out for that red shit.
Yeah, Searchy Jeff one was from the Lightner red nose family, the other was from the Lightner dark nose family.
Exactly.
And I believe that the dogs that like Crenshaw were breeding, Ed Crenshaw, I believe that's the Lightner dark nose family.
Right.
That's why they were such great game dogs. Y'all could probably do a story yourself on Ed Crenshaw and his dogs by himself. I mean, great breeder, man. Great breeder. Great, fantastic game bred dogs. You know what I mean?
Yes, sir. That is very interesting, man, that you came on here and helped me with that, because we've been I've been drilling these guys on these pedigrees.
Yeah.
And that gives them, when you a story like this, and we done pulled the pedigrees up that you just spoke of. But and the thing about it, they still have that connection. You know what I'm saying? I'm still seeing the connection there. I'm still seeing the Kobe dogs. I'm still seeing the Rascal, the Tyrant's Rascal stuff. I'm still seeing these dogs as a connection.
Treyhan's Rascal and all the dogs.
Yes, sir.
Black Widow. All them dogs you mentioning, they go right back to Tudor's yard. Go right back in Tudor's yard. All of them.
Yep, Kobe's Diamonds in this pedigree of Reno. I mean, they're all there.
It takes seven to eight generations to breed a family of dogs. Period. 7 to 8 generations. When you look in the pedigree of Diebold, Tudor's Diebold, who most dogs go back to, you want to say Eli, you want to say Rascal, you want to say whatever, it's Diebold. Okay? It takes 7 to 8 generations to breed a family pure. If you look in the pedigree of Diebold, the name that shows up most, 7, 8 generation is Earl Tudor.
True.
Earl Tudor. You have Shipley and a few others, but it's Earl Tudor. That's why he's the Tudor. That's why, you know what I mean? That's why I said he was the #1 dog man in America. For anybody that understands breed, it was him.
Well, they said that in the story too because Tudor was the one matching them dogs.
Yeah.
Before Lightning got rid of him, Tudor was grabbing them and matching them and shit and kind of made them famous.
I mean, he was doing that during the Depression.
Yes.
People were starving. That's how he made his living. That's how he had to fit in his house. They did it every weekend. You know what I mean? That's how he survived during the Depression. So imagine what all he saw.
Real.
People need to research that, man. Go back and look at some dogs, Blackjack and Blackjack Jr., all them. Oh, man. Phenomenal dogs, dude. Unbelievable dogs. And you know where he was getting some of them dogs from? Like Blackjack Jr.? You know where they come from?
No.
Their mom and daddy and all them?
No.
They come from Ohio. They come from Ohio. Marietta, Ohio.
No, not the Marietta.
Marietta, Ohio, down on the river. F.G. Henry. A man named F.G. Henry. They were Henry dogs. Blackjack and his mama and them, all them dogs were Henry dogs. Henry imported dogs from England, right from England.
So that's
phenomenal dogs.
Wow. So tell me.
So anyway,
you're a historian, evidently. I can see that you study these pedigrees and you hear this stuff, and I know you didn't analyze it because you damn near ran off the damn dog's pedigree to me. Shit.
Yeah.
Okay. What do you study? I mean, I study pedigrees, and I just, you just added another piece to a puzzle. Remember, I'm trying to tell the guys, you catch that puzzle, you can put it together, and you see it, you can do it.
Yeah.
If you can see it, you can understand it, you'll see what they were doing. Now, in each one of the pedigrees that we pulled up, even including Bully Son, it almost worked hand in hand why the Jeep stuff worked with the REDBOY stuff.
Yeah. Because they're Lightner Tudor dogs. You talk about, when you say Jeep REDBOY, you're saying Lightner Tudor. What it is. You understand breeding, it's a Lightner and Tudor dog. It's going to work. That's why it's probably still working. I'm sure it's still working. The Lightner Tudor dog.
Wow. And Dabo was a red-nosed dog. Red dog.
Dog. He was a red dog, but he wasn't a red-nosed dog.
He was a red black-nosed dog?
Yeah.
It's okay. Wow.
Yeah, he was a black. He was had black nose. But he was a product. Keyword being product of all those that went before him. All those families that Tudor bred together, from the light Kobe and Tudor had pure Kobe dogs that we met. Tudor's champion Fighting Peter was a great ace, but he was a product of all those Lightner, Kobe, Feely, Henry dogs. He was a product of it. That's why he was such a strong producer. And the dogs off of him were producers. You know what I mean? You could breed them German Shepherd to get bulldogs. Wow. So like I said before, in order to take it to another level, you have to inbreed, have to understand breeding and inbreed on that gene pool right there. That's the gene pool. You got to work that gene pool right there.
So history does matter, correct?
History matters. If foundation matters, yeah, history matters. You live in the house you're living in now, or wherever you're living at now, don't have a strong foundation, it's going to come down. Stronger the foundation, the longer it's going to last. Yeah, that's history of the foundation. It matters. It's everything.
Well, guess what?
It's everything.
Somebody said you need to write a book.
Yeah. I've been writing one in my head, honest to goodness, for the last few years. And I said this winter I was going to sit down and start writing. I just got to do it. Got to just sit down and do it. I've already got I've already got it in my head. I've got to do it. I was
Well,
thinking about that today. Even before the show came on, I was thinking about that. I got to sit down and do this. I got a lot of stories and a lot of stuff I've seen, and then a lot to say about breeding, and you know what I'm saying? All of it, all of it.
and it
So,
would
brother,
make
go ahead.
it would make great reading, man, because you done gave us some shit tonight.
Yeah. I just wanted to let y'all know that when you talk about Bully Son, and you talk about Honey Bunch, and then you said when you talk about Honey Bunch get off of Bully Son, that ain't true. That ain't true. Everybody know that ain't true. Everybody, at least from the 80s, know that ain't true. Most people do.
But she sure
So
as
I just
hell
want
wasn't
to give
throwing
credit
no
where
black.
it's due.
She sure wasn't throwing no black dog.
No. I haven't heard of any black ones off of it.
Me either.
You know, that's a dominant gene, man.
Exactly.
That's a dominant gene.
I always
so you know
wondered that. I always wondered.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, I was saying I always wondered why Honey Bunch never threw any black dogs.
Because that wasn't her daddy. Mayfield said 98% or 95% of every dog with Carver's name on has got a different pedigree. That's what he said. He knew him. They were friends. He knew him. So, you know, not that they weren't great dogs, but, I mean, he said that they had different pedigree on. So, hey, you got to be careful when you talk about breeding. You got to do your research and understand. You know what I mean?
Yes, sir. Well,
brothers, I'm not going to hold y'all up. I just wanted to comment on that, man.
Hey, before you go, that you were talking about that synopsis stuff before. I've always what was it called? SOFAS. You know what I'm talking about?
Sophiakis?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. I've been trying to pull that pedigree, and I could not say it or remember it, but it was so interesting that I have been always trying to go back and find that.
Sophiakis?
Yes.
Yes, SOFIAKIS.
Okay, hold on, big bro.
SOFIAKIS. He lived in Chicago.
S. Find my shit.
SOFIA.
I'm not.
IAKIS.
Okay, hold on, big bro. We're just trying to type it out here. The computer's a little slow here.
Okay.
But yeah, I have been trying to find that thing, man. And because the pedigree you showed us that one day, man, it had me. I've been trying to get back there to it, man, because I wanted to break that thing down because that was so interesting that day.
Yeah.
And it was.
It's Paul. His name is Paul Sophiakis. He was a Mayfield man. He was an alligator. He was in Chicago, and he bred alligator Mayfield.
Okay, Mike is going to write it down.
Okay, let me know when you're ready.
He's ready.
SOFIAKIS.
That's all right. That's what I got? Okay. And that's PT page.
Sophiakis. He was in Chicago. He's passed on. He died a while, about 20-something years ago. He died. Good dude.
Okay, I'm going with the offsprings off of Chi-Town. Grand Champion Sophiakis Chi-Town.
Okay. Yeah, I can't see it, but yeah, I know who you're talking about.
Okay, yeah, the Tudor nigga stuff. Yeah, and it's got that Edge Crenshaw all up in there. That's just the one I was talking about. Yeah, these kind of dogs.
See how they bred?
Yeah.
That's Dibo. That's that Tudor family right there.
Yeah, I see they got that E. Crenshaw in here too. That's Stu Fowler
Yeah.
down in there.
Yeah, yeah. Because you talk about Bullet, that's some of the same stuff that Bullet stuff, that Cotton Bullet.
Right.
Another great family of dogs.
Right.
All them bulldogs right there, Bullet stuff. I believe that's what them dogs was. Remember the Assassin 1 and Assassin 2 and them dogs? I
Yeah.
believe that's what they were. They were Red Boy Bullet, if I remember.
Right. That's right.
You don't find the Bullet family too much anymore. It might still be out there, but I don't know. But I don't think it's much of it out there if it is out there. But yeah, that's Sophiakis, Paul Sophiakis.
Paul Sophia. Wow. And I see Alligator, Tudor's nigga. I mean, another great breeding right here. I'm looking at Chi-Town. Grand champion, 8-time winner of a Sophiakis Cleopatra and Sophiakis Branco.
Okay, yeah, I can't see the pedigree, but okay.
Yeah, it goes all the way back to alligator. It's inbred alligator, heavy alligator.
Yeah, I was gonna say I know it's inbred.
Yeah, I mean
Inbred, all that stuff.
Yeah.
You know, tight.
Then right there at the
Inbred
bottom.
tight. You know what I mean? All the
Mhm.
people, all of us that was breeding the Mayfield dogs, the nigger dogs, we knew each other or knew of each other. You know what I mean? It wasn't a whole lot of it.
Right.
It's only a handful, less than a handful today. But it's still out there pure. You know what I mean? Kirshner kept it pure. Foster kept it even more pure. Foster kept it, and a couple other people. You know what I mean? But it's still out there.
Well, one thing for sure, that Stu Fowler, he was definitely an E. Crenshaw dog, wasn't he? Got that bullet in him, everything. I mean, he was.
Yeah, them was bulldogs, man.
Had lightning in it, had that Pete Sparks stuff, Haley Comet, we were just talking, yeah.
Yeah.
Again,
that's good old stuff, man.
Right.
Good old lightning. That was the dark nose lightning stuff. That's why I clicked with the Red Boy stuff too. Because the Red Boy was the red nose lightning stuff. That type stuff was the dark nose lightning stuff. Same family.
Right, and I see Lightner's Kobe Rusty was Kobe Dime Margie, Kobe Margie.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he had all the right stuff in him.
Yeah.
Some damn great breedings, man. They were doing some. I was saying again, it hasn't changed. It still hasn't changed the tone of the education I'm putting forward. These guys wasn't just throwing dogs together.
No, they knew what they were doing, dude.
They knew exactly what they was doing.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a plan. You know what I mean? We knew what we were doing.
Wow.
Like I said, most of us, all of us that were breeding that family, we knew each other, man.
Now,
you know what I mean? We knew each other.
See, they don't know because you really never got deep into your relationship with Mr. Mayfield.
Yeah.
Because you is the Mayfield man. We always knew that about you. Always.
Yeah, I mean, that was my family right there. That was my family of dogs. You know what I mean? I mean, that was my family. That's the Mayfield dogs or the Panama Red dogs. You know, that's the same family.
Right.
Panama Red dogs are the same family as the Mayfield dogs. And actually the same family as the Jocko dogs, too. Jocko dogs are part of that family. But you know, Jocko's daddy, Jackson Hank, came from Mayfield.
Okay.
Vernon Jackson got him from Mayfield.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, you need a book. And you gotta in your book, you gotta make sure that you got all these pedigrees out there. So when we start listening to you, because we see it so much clearer when we pulling the pedigrees up. See, that helped us a lot tonight. Because you're making a point that we can see, and we see the facts of what you're saying.
Yeah.
Maybe not the exact dogs, but they were still playing around in a line like you were saying, you know, the bully son thing, it didn't never sound right anyway, but what you telling us about a honey bunch, it does make a lot of sense.
Yeah. As far as her breeding, you mean?
Right, because
Yeah.
the Jeep breeding didn't throw nothing black.
No.
Not even
I
nothing
can't
with
ever
black
remember
hair.
seeing. I don't ever remember seeing one black dog off of her.
Well, I know that she died trying to have Zebo pups. You think she would have had some black puppies out of Zebo?
I don't know. Because Zebo was black, so I imagine she would have had to. Because he was black.
Right. But the exception to the rule when it comes to her, you know, we always ask that question, did honey bunch have any litter mates? Because we never hear about them.
I know, you never hear about him. Now, Mason was talking. Was that the honey bunch he was talking about? He said there was a little mate who knew somebody had a little mate.
Yep.
Mason.
Yep.
Yeah, Mason said that.
But he never
You
told
don't
you
hear
it
about
was
it
black.
You don't hear about it in your little mate.
Right.
That's because the pedigree was stable. The top half, at least. Probably had little mates, but just didn't know they were her little mates.
Wow. Hey, big bro, when you get I know you got a bunch of books, man. But those are articles that I would love to get my hands on. You know?
Yeah, I got us. You got next time you up this way, you gotta stop. I got a bunch of all old magazines, dude. Go back 30 years, man, 35 years, 40 years, man. Old magazines. Remember at one point I was probably getting about 6 different magazines at one time. There was a lot of magazines out. You know what I mean?
Yes, it was.
And I was getting all of them. I was getting all of them and reading all of them, studying all of them. There's a lot of magazines out there. A lot of them, I don't know what's out there now. I don't even know if there's a magazine out there now. But there was a whole bunch, man.
Brother, I'm gonna make a special trip. It's not the next time I make that way up there. I'm gonna make a special trip. You know, these days, man, we can fly from Florida to Ohio for $80.
Wow.
$160 round trip.
That's crazy. That is crazy.
No shit, man. I've been.
You can't even drive. You can't even drive there.
So can't, man. I've been sending my kids back and forth to Ohio, man, in the last 3-4 months, man. Taking trips, $60 tickets.
Drive there that cheap, man.
No, they've been flying in and out of Akron and Cleveland, man, for $70, $80.
Wow.
Round trip tickets, $150.
Wow.
So
I said next time you plan on coming this way, you have to stop down through here, man. We're gonna sit down and chop it up. You know what I mean? I'm
gonna make a special trip to do that, man. So I don't have to go nowhere but where you at, because I'm dead serious.
Maybe we get cash down here too, because his brothers stay down here too.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, I'll go get him, because you know.
That's a good way.
He stays in touch with me. He definitely stays in touch with me. Yeah, I know y'all been
15 minutes. His brother stay 15 minutes from me.
Wow.
You know his brother, right?
Greg, yeah, that's the dog man to me.
Yeah, Greg. That's my dude right there.
Oh, Greg.
He just did a breeding too.
A hell of a breeding. A hell of a breeding. You ain't got it out there on PEDS yet?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to send it. You know what? I can probably send it to you. I got it here somewhere. When I hang up, I'm gonna try to send it to you.
Okay, send me the number, cause I want to pull it up.
Okay, yeah. When I hang up, I'm gonna try to send it to you.
Please do.
I'm not good with this technology stuff, so I definitely don't know how to do it while we talk.
Well,
I'll send it to you when we hang up.
Okay.
I know I got it in here. But I just wanted to touch base with y'all, man. I'll be calling in again, but I just want to touch base when you're talking about that breed thing. I had to come in and say something about Dibo and about Honey Bunch. You know what I mean? About Eli. I'm sorry.
Well, big bro, you know, I have to say this. It's always a privilege when you come on the show. It's even a bigger privilege that, you know, that I see that you be on that back street. That's why I'm always sending them shout outs to the back street.
Always on.
Always.
Always on the back street, bro.
So,
I'm always listening, bro.
Man,
so y'all, go ahead, bro.
It really is a pleasure that you know, you really, you know, man, you know I love you like you my big brother. You know that, man. And support me like you have, man, and then to know you in the back street, and then you come on this show, and really give us some enlightening shit, man. I mean, it's always been a pleasure, bro. And I just want to let you know that, all right, man. I really do, because we enjoy you, and you do need to start writing a book. Remember, we don't have no black books out here, brother. If we don't get it down in writing now, it will disappear.
You know, there's a guy that's writing a book. He called me too. It's a brother. I don't know if I got his name. I can't think of how we hooked up. He heard me on one podcast, and he called me. I can't think of where he at. I think Boone know him. If you know Boone, but he was writing a book on all the black dogs. He had some really, really good stuff, info, man, stuff that I didn't know. He was doing his research, man. I don't know his brother's name, but Boone knows him because he said he know Boone.
I bet you that's a hell of a book.
He might be one to talk to one time. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I would love to find out who he is, because I'm pretty sure he got some stories.
I've forgotten his name now. I had his number, but I don't know what I did.
Well, I'll get up with Boone and see if I can squeeze it out of him. You know what I mean? You see,
yeah. He lives right near Boone, so he said he knew Boone. But I'll be back in touch with you, brother.
Okay, big bro, and don't forget that pedigree. I really appreciate that, everybody. I know y'all appreciate it. I know y'all do, because every time you come on the show, it's always been a privilege and a pleasure. So thank you again, big bro.
Brother. I appreciate that.
Always, man, always.
Yeah, y'all have a blessed night.
You as well, big bro. And if I don't hear from you before the holiday, man, blessings go out to you and the family, bro, and stay safe.
Same to y'all, brother. Y'all take care of yourself.
You got it, big bro. One, always.
All right, brother.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Hey, y'all. Now, that's what you call, that's what I love about the back street. That's why you always hear me shouting out to the back street. I can only have 100 people in the chat room, but there'd be over 700 views during the show. And I've always said the back street is the real dog. And Schoolboy jump on there. Mama jumped on there. When they pick up that phone and call me, man, that's like classroom time. Classroom time, not just from y'all, me too. That's why it's always a pleasure and a privilege when they call me. You just don't know, y'all. That shit makes me tickle, because I'm like the little brother. You know what I'm saying? I was the little. I'm my age. Not talking about age. I'm talking about my youth in the dog game and how they groomed us. These are the guys that groomed us. I mean, when you got those kind of people looking up to, you know, I'm looking up to these guys. I didn't have no other way but to go the right way. And I always say my success is not a success to me, because all I did was follow direction. I studied them. I watched them. I watched what they did. Then add and tweak shit. Can't add and tweak nothing until I get it the way they got it. Once I got it the way they got it, I can add something without fucking it up there, and it worked, I'm going to keep it. But not too much tweaking do you need when it's already all there. And that means even when it comes to breeding and the understanding of how, you know, he was able to not only make champions, but make grand champions off his line. And very hard person to beat. I mean, very hard person to beat. I mean, most of these guys that I knew were very hard to beat. So it's just a privilege when they make these phone calls. When Walking Down Ram steps in. When Roster Man steps in. These are legends to me. Always have been legends to me. And will continue being legends to me. And I'm trying to share this out there to y'all, because we got it all on video. And these videos ain't gonna never go nowhere. As long as there's a YouTube, these videos will be out here. And these will be people, guys down the line who look back on this stuff, and they're gonna hear these conversations. They're gonna see Mau Mau. They're gonna see the shows that he was on. They're gonna see all the great dog men that we had on this show. And that's a bigger privilege for me, because I know I'm not gonna be around. But I hope I left a legacy that can carry not only me, but the people who had everything to do with my career, you know what I'm saying, as a part of my career, that they'll be there right along with me, man. And I can't ask for nothing no more than what I'm getting. I'm getting the best of both worlds. Me as a kid watching, and I mean not by age, but my youth in the dog game. My youth in the dog game, these guys taught me a lot. Hey, big bro, thank you again, man. Hey, Mike. Yeah, that was real interesting, y'all. That was real interesting. And that honey bunch thing and that crybaby thing, I'm gonna try to find that crybaby thing one more time because we moved too fast off of her. That Reno, everything that he was talking about, y'all, relates to this. Look at that. And it does make sense. You see these crosses? It makes a lot of sense. There's Crybaby. Okay, let me see the chat. Go down through the chat. Yep, Mama, Hellcat. Yep, Henry James, what do you know about Kager Crackling Rose? Yes, thank you, Penny Stacker. Mao is a 614 legend. 614 tree. He sure is. He is definitely a 614 legend, but he is a 08 and a dime legend. You know what I'm saying, baby boy? I'm going to have to throw that 330 up in there too, baby. He a 330, 3234. He's all that up there in the 08 and a dime. He is a 08 and a dime dogman legend. He sits right up there with the great ones. You are dead right about that. Yes, sir. Let's see. We Hunt was a black and white dog off of Honey Bunch. Okay, that's a good one. But who was the daddy of the We Hunt? Do we know? I know I'll look her up and I'll be able to we'll look at that. Let me see. I had a litter of 9 and still feeding 8 of them, and they were 14 weeks old. Okay, Hard and Finish, what you have? Trying to catch some of these chats, because Mike got me a computer here where I can look down at them and I don't have to be all on the screen doing the show trying to read the chat. So while that pedigree is up, I'm sliding through. Make sure I didn't miss nothing. I know we'll be talking about what Mama said too. We're going to have to be like, he's going to have to come back and do a little slower move so we can start writing some of this shit down, because, I can go back and hit rewind and play this thing 4 or 5 times till I got it down pat, because that's something for me to study. And I can take that and say, okay, now this is what she's really bred like. Now we get a different look and see why her dogs produce the way they produce. And one thing for damn sure, we still see there is still a common factor even in this breeding here of honey bunch. There's still a common factor there. You still see the stuff that created. There's Dibo and there's the stuff that created me. So that's that in itself, makes more sense because it works. It works out. It don't have that big old question mark, and we just going on the fact that that's what we got. This is what we've been taught to believe because that's what we see. But when you add that other piece to the puzzle, we all know that they played with the papers. But to notice somebody knew more of the inside, see, that's the part that I loved about it. That he is so in depth to the inside that he has that type of information and will come on here and share it with us. That's a lot for me because it brings a different insight. We're looking at the pedigree that he called. He was down there reading the shit off. And it does make sense. So I really appreciated that one. I hope y'all did. You know what I mean? We gonna have to get him back. I know. I hear y'all. I hear y'all. It says, James Jones said, that's why you breed to performance and not papers. Okay? That's true. That is true. Hold on, guys. I'm playing catch up. I know an Arrowhead says, I know another possible honey bunch true breeding. Most never heard of. Arrowhead, give me some info, baby. Let me hear it. Yeah, most of us never heard of it. Shit, I mean, I heard of the story back in the day because I used to have those journals and I used to read the hell out of them. I probably didn't get as many. I know I had Fat Bill's journal, I had Vietnam Revelation journal, and I had the Sporting Dog journal. Those was the three of them because Vietnam had one and he did a story on my dog. So, you know, I definitely got up on his stuff and he had a good journal too. But those were the three journals that I had those things and I used to just sit there and just read, and just fall into this whole world of being able to read that stuff. And I used to just, my imagination, it would just run off. As I'm reading it, I would damn near feel like I'm in there with them, reading this stuff, you know, and like the Buck story, you know, on my ADBA papers back in the day, it's not the same ADBA papers that, you know, I had Golden Boy on my first papers. But by the time I got to the Stone City papers, I had a different dog. You know, I had Tater. For some reason, at some point, you know, the ADBA did change the breeding, but I also seen an article in the journal where Pat Patrick was literally going on there, showed the paperwork and everything that he had wrote over and everything to show that, you know, he had made a mistake and he was trying to correct it. And this was a letter that he had actually wrote to ADBA pertaining to it with the proof of why it should be this way and not that way. So I had two different papers for Buck on my ADBA papers. You know, the one before they changed and then the ones after they changed. But man, shit, I don't even know what to say after Big Bro. You know, he do me like schoolboy. I mean, once they done, you know, I'm like the damn student again. You know what I'm saying? What can I come behind that and say? You know, really, what can I say behind that? I could go back in there and grab those pedigrees and whip that very same pedigree that he said. We go back and compare right back to the stuff that we started to earlier when we started talking about this, and it changed the whole aspect of the dogs as a general, as a whole. Imagine if we had to breed honey bunch based on her true pedigree. Her true pedigree. For so many years, we've been breeding honey bunch based on the BOLIO pedigree. And to be honest, you know, the papers doesn't mean shit. It was it's the dogs. So the papers may not be true, but doesn't really matter as long as the dog is true. And I could accept the real situation because when I look at it and compare it and listen to what he's saying, it makes better sense. But it, you know, it doesn't change the fact of what she produced. Nothing. It didn't change the fact or knock her down off of being one of the best producing bitches of all time. Gives you a better look on what her real pedigree looks like. If you can understand what her real pedigree looks like and look at the way it's bred, and then you taking that and put Finley Bow on top of it, wow. Wow. That's just another thing to add to what I was saying about the consistency, the ability to produce and carry a genetic that was able to go into the dogs that was coming off of her, that they were able to do the same thing. I mean, god dang, the two dogs, the greatest dogs are the same, are mother and son, Jeep and Honey Bunch. Number one on the males and number one on the females. Jeep and Honey Bunch. So to know what he spoke on today, if you go back and look at what he said or rewind and really take time out to really go investigate it, knowing she is the most producing bitch and knowing the Jeep, and then kind of put Jeep pedigree in the right perspective. And now let's look at the Jeep breeding. Now let's look at the Honey Bunch breedings. And let's put these pedigrees into place, even if it's a hypothetical thought. But what it comes from a long way and is worthy of investigating. Definitely worthy of investigating, because those dogs had a high percentage of producing great dogs that could produce. That's the key. Look at Mr. Mayfield. Shoot. Mama said, Mr. Mayfield. You go back in and look at what Mayfield was doing, you would down there think, damn, he falls in the same category as Earl, Maurice Carver, Floyd. I mean, and he was a dog fighter. Let's remind y'all, he wasn't just a breeder. He was a dog fighter. And he produced some great dogs. Okay, Pitbull database. Okay, let me see, Ram. I see I got some messages here. Let me see. Okay. I'm gonna deal with that right there. Ram said, Dabo never ran around the streets of South Phoenix. He was conditioned and campaigned out. Okay, he was conditioned and campaigned out here inside Arizona Pete. They were owned by the same brother. The original owner of Dabo was co-owners of a restaurant with Wiz Hubbard out here. Wiz owned Bouncer, Dabo's sire, and Bambi, Dabo's dame. Howard had to pay a pretty penny to buy Dabo back and sold him to Tudor for even more money. Okay. Did y'all get that? Did everybody get that? If y'all got that, I'm going to read it one more time to make sure we got that. Ram, you could have called me and said this to everybody, man. But being you didn't, I'm going to have to read it out again. I got to read it again. Let's see, the Annie bitch. Uh-oh, we got some more stuff coming in. I got all this shit coming in. Dabo never ran around the streets of South Phoenix. He was conditioned and campaigned out here alongside Arizona Pete. They were owned by the same brother. The original owner of Dabo was co-owner of a restaurant with Hubbard out here. Who owned Bouncer, Dabo's sire, and Bambi, Dabo's dame. Howard had to pay a pretty penny to buy Dabo back, and then sold him to Earl Tudor for even more money. So if they say they didn't take him, if you're gonna tell me that they paid the brother for some money back in them days, it's hard to believe. But hey, being partners, that's another good one. But definitely good, interesting. Now, hold on, I got another message to come in. I'm going to try to see what Big Bro got here. He's got another one here. We got a pedigree here. Larson 6-pack Annie. Then he's got me going to the Pitbull Bible APBT database. I'm going to go look at that one. It said the Annie bitch was bred to a male from my family off a handcuff and mean mama. This is that breeding that my boy Hal Cass was talking about. Let's go do a little slipping and dipping. Let me see if I can pull this up right quick. Yeah, this is going to be interesting here. 6, 5, 4, 2, 4, 1. Yeah, check this breeding, y'all. This is 6-pack Annie. The Annie bitch was bred to a male from my family line off a handcuffed and mean mama. Damn, you see how they took that stuff, y'all? Now they taking the garden stuff and they crossing it into the barracuda stuff. Knowing that's gonna be some hard biting shit, there got to be. Black and white female. Check out offspring. Let me see if I can get my big brother shit up here. Let me see what happens here. Then I'm gonna go looking for the Pitbull Bible. I don't know what this is, but let's go look. Pretty dog though. Look at that shit. Oh, that's heavy inbreeding. Look, that's a nice line breed. See that? That's the daddy. Definitely got made in. And look at the body. Noise. High T Lee said, I got a grandson of Annie. James Jones said, he said, so was the black guy a busboy or owner of a restaurant? Hey, that's a good question there, man. James Jones, that's a good question. Catline News says, Sporting Dog, it makes sense, especially with the Maloney dog breeding behind it. I know Maloney and Allen were pretty tight. Eli Monster said, Honey Bunch is the best producing bitch of all times. I would sell my home to put her on my yard. I would too. I would too. That's a nice breeding though right there. Remember, we click on, you see what the top is. Basically the same thing. Alice is even tighter. See what I'm saying? I got to admit, that's a whole lot of barracuda. I mean, you got to really trust barracuda. That's a whole lot of barracuda. Nice looking bulldogs, nice looking breed. Boy, he would have to go. He got a hell of a shooter feel with that much barracuda in him, and that was just the That was just the bottom. I mean, that was just the bottom right here of the Creed stuff. 6-pack Annie. Look how she's bred. And then you taking 6-pack Annie, putting on top of that with just the only out is the Gardner stuff. Ty Gardner. Oh, Penny was bred good too. Look at how Penny bred. That's Penny. Look how Penny bred. I would like to see these kind of breedings right here. I would be very interested in. Oh, because you never know when you see something built like this right here. To me, this plays a big part, and you always hear me say that. You always hear me say that. You got all this going on, and we got match dogs here, got a good match dog here. The pressure is on this one here. You always hear me talk about it like that. I mean, what better way are you going to produce? It looks good, but it has to produce good. It's got to perform good. You know, that's when it makes the big, it makes the big factor in what makes these crosses and dogs famous. It's the dog, then the breeding. Okay, I want to try to see if I can get this pit bull Bible up before I let this thing go because I want to be nosy. I know y'all want to be nosy with me, don't y'all? I got to pull up the pit bull Bible. Let me see if I can type it in and get it. I'm going to do a little typing here, y'all, for a second here. See if I can type this page up. Boom. Bulldog. Four. Equals equals 88. Let's see what we got here. I did something. Let's see what it was. Oh, I see that. it is. Okay. Hebrew Bible 886. Form IE. There it goes. Yeah, that's the breeding right there. Wow, look at that. Okay, I know, y'all. I'm gonna dive back in there. Okay, I'm going in. Start with handcuff. Now, that's what you call this a family man, the dog. Look at his whole. It's his all his breedings. Generations too. I know the way he breed, his shit is pure. I just want to know how pure it is. They got Synopticus rock. They go Mason Smiley. Oh yeah, that's go Miles Davis up in there. I see you, Miles. Even got Tab Jr. down there at the bottom there. Let me see. Is that Tab? That's Tab. Yeah, it is. It is Tab. Mm-hmm. I guarantee this shit gonna go all the way back to Mayfield. Look at that. Oh my goodness, what happened to my shit? Okay, there you go. Look at that. That's just one of them. Then this bowl, the honey bunch. That's Jeep. That's Mason. That's Miles Davis. And they got Miles Brownie going to Synopticus Rock. Miles Esther. That's interesting. And that's just one side of the story. Remember, I was clicking on just the top half, the daddy out the bottom. That's years of breeding right there, fellas. Years of breeding. Y'all know the man like I know the man. You can guarantee you there's some shit in that shit there. I mean, good breed, calculating breed. Both of them off a Nightmare. I showed y'all how Nightmare was bred. We're going to do Lizzie right quick here. We're going to do Lizzie, then we'll do Samantha right quick. I just want to see where it takes me. Because we know what, same thing. Y'all see that? Same thing. Heavy on the Miles Davis. Go to Samantha. Same thing. You got a little bit of that back door stuff in there. Pretty good, fellas. What y'all thinking? Why you? Well, what I see is generation of a lion or dog looking like Mr. Mayfield. I wish I could have had me like 4 generations of just my shit. That would have been something else. But guys out there, they made it happen without me. So that was even still sweeter, just as sweet. Hold on, fellas. Before we slobber this thing down. Ain't too much more to say after that one. You know, and that's for real. That was a pretty good one. Yeah, man, we're gonna have to get Big Bro up in here, and you know we got to reiterate on that one again. That just happened too quick. Caught my attention, held my attention. Now it got me wanting more. I know that's how y'all feel. I feel the same way. You know, give us a little more time to get in there and settle in on that. I already know what my dog of the night gonna be. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna put him up early. It's gonna be Grand Champion Shy time. So I'm just letting y'all know I'm gonna come on back over here till we close out, but that's gonna be the dog of the night.
All right, fellas, y'all know what time it is. Enjoyed the show tonight, which was a very interesting show. You know, when we get into these type of things, we're always going to try to find out something that's got to make sense. But if you love what you heard and you're definitely stuck around to hear it, give me them thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. Muscles, muscles, muscles. Now, give them some roses.
Throw them roses out there, man. Throw them out there to always in the dime. Mile, always in the dime. 614.
My man, Mo need roses.
We need all them roses. Let him know that he is appreciated. Let him know that we need him to come back. Let him know that we know. He know.
That's right, fellas. We need them damn roses.
Let's not be stingy tonight.
Hey, again, I appreciate everybody for showing up. Definitely appreciate you showing that love. Damn, I didn't have to beg tonight for no damn likes. Appreciate everybody who showed up and participated in the poll. Before we get out of here, we're gonna go over this poll right quick, see what the final numbers started looking like there. Our poll question for tonight was three great American Pit Bull Terrier bloodlines. Which would you choose as your foundation to your breeding program? A was ELI at 39%. B was REDBOY at 40%. C was BOLIO at 21%.
So who took over and won it?
REDBOY.
REDBOY took over the damn title. Yeah, that's who I had, y'all. I had REDBOy.
Appreciate that 125 people who voted. Appreciate everybody who voted. Gives us a good insight of what it looked like, what it felt like, and what you're thinking.
Yeah, guys. I came in to make it a short night, and I told Mike, we're gonna make it a short night. He's not feeling good. I'm tired as hell. But we get out here and we do what we do. You know what I'm saying? And you guys always make it worth it. I just want to let you guys know, keep doing what you're doing, man. I'm with y'all 100%, just like y'all with me. I'm going to ride it till the wheels fall off. You know what I mean? I'm going to ride that bus, and I'm going to be riding on the rim when that happens. Okay, guys. What we're going to be looking for is a little participation. And guys, get your homework together. Get your pedigrees together. We're going to be going back in here looking at some of the pedigrees that you guys pull up on these certain topics that we're speaking on. You know what I'm saying? That should be real interesting.
Very interesting. It's all about preservation of the bloodlines, fellas. I mean, hold on.
Mike, he got to have a little tink, tink, tink.
Gotta have a little tink, tink, tink going, Yeah, but again, it's all about the preservation of the bloodlines. We speak so much, we always go back to the past because we try to, that's where it all started at. And as time moves forward, it's supposed to get better. But since this big onslaught of looking how many dogs have been destroyed, and look how much has been lost, but there's still dogs available, still dogs out there. I guess our goal was always to keep it, what it has always been. Basically, how we learn. We learn from people who have been successful. You heard Mama come through. That's Big Bruh. That's one of our mentors. Just to know he's even sitting back, watching and still listening. It just means a lot to us, And then he comes in and he just brings the house down. Wish he could do it more often, but just to know that he could, just like Schoolboy, when they just come in and just willing to just give y'all that information, don't want y'all not to have the information, that shows you why we speak so highly of what real fraternity looks like. Because it is possible. And to be able to maintain this breed, to be what we look forward to be when we speak about the future. In order to understand the future, you got to know where you come from, where these dogs actually come from, what made these dogs who they are. This was never a guessing game. A whole bunch of mad scientists, regardless of all the lying and all that goes on. The fact is, the dogs don't know the difference. And a good dog speaks for itself. whether it's producing or in competition. Take the papers and throw them out the window. Take the stories and throw them out the window. And just start looking at the damn dog. That's going to make you want to pick up the papers. That's going to make you want to see the dog. And that's where the game was built. That's where it has been so successful. And that's the direction we look to see moving into the future. It's not a guessing game. It's a real planned out sport. So, as we share the information, I hope you guys enjoyed. Thank you for coming out. Blood pressure up a little bit today. Have to figure out a way to get it down. But for y'all coming out and showing your love, that means a lot to us. And hopefully y'all got something out of it. It's not whether you learned something, but again, if you learned anything, and if you know anything, share it. Help them. Don't talk about it. Be about it. You know? And that's where it all moves forward. And you know, the unity, the integrity, the honesty, and the fraternity. Guess nothing else to be said, bro. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. Got to do the usual. And we're going to just end it like we always do. Because, again, we're going to be seeing y'all Tuesday. Talk Shit Tuesday. Everybody enjoy your weekend. You know, get them yards right. Get them dogs together. Just remember, we always. Regardless of whatever the situation is, we always scratch the win. Every time, fellas. Show you the love, man. To all my boys on the back street. Feel you, fam. Feel you, fam.
Thank you.
Thank y'all.
Dog of the night, fellas. Dog of the night. I told you it's gonna be the dog of the night.